Alright, what's up everybody? It's Joe from JLW Games coming at you with another cool live stream. We're back in the Silver Dollar City recreation. Welcome back everybody. We took the day off yesterday, last night. It's a little late and, I was tired and decided to take the day off because I was like, you know what, I have tomorrow off, which is today. And I was like, I'll have plenty of time to kind of make up for it. So, here we are today, and we are back. When we left off, we actually made the stairway going down to the cave entrance, and we also kind of did some touches on the taffy shop and got it kind of looking pretty solid. So yeah, we got the taffy shop here on the square, and we were about to build kind of this way. So what we're going to do today is I think I'm going to work a little bit on the cave entrance. This shouldn't be too hard. I don't think I might start a little bit on the cave. We might start a little bit on the cathedral room, but like it's not officially part of phase 2, so just the cave entrance and cave road will be. So anyways, welcome back guys. Welcome back to the streams. Again, Sawyer's in here, Blue Raptor's in here. Welcome. Good to see you guys. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day so far. So I had to do another stairway down here, but it could be a fake one because there's one coming from the attractions office as well, and there's a big wall that separates the two, but there is a stairway for the attractions office as well. That kind of goes on the other side down here. We can create that one kind of a little differently. This one's kind of wonky just because we had to get it all the way down here. But I do have references of the little spot here where they like talk about the cave before going in it and everything, and then we'll have the stairway that goes down into the actual cave entrance itself, and that will lead into the cathedral room, so which is literally all underneath the park, which is pretty cool actually to begin with. Why is there water here? What is this? Where did this water come from? Hold on, what? I did not put water or edit the terrain here. I don't know where this water came from. Why is there water in here? Why do we have flooding in the hospitality house? Excuse me? I did not place that in there. I am genuinely confused of where that came from. I did not put that in there. I hadn't added actual water anywhere. Like, even all this is fake. What happened to the terrain here? Something looks weird. Like, this looks weird too. What the heck? Excuse me? I am very confused of what is going on here. We have the water pieces, but like, why is this terrain all messed up? I know I was messing with the terrain over here, but why is... I wasn't even near over here. I'm very lost of what is going on here. Okay. I must have accidentally did something here. I don't know what, but... this should be easy to fix. I should just be able to push this down like that. Yeah. Very strange still. Okay. King's Dominion next Friday. I didn't really think that they're going to be open, but I'm happy that it is now. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, I never added water here. I have no clue what happened here. Like, this is kind of bizarre. I'm actually kind of like bewildered of what even happened here. I am like kind of a little bit lost. Very lost of what happened there. I'm not sure. Again, I know I was messing with the terrain over here a little bit, but like, where did that water come from? Because I didn't add any water. You know what? Let's just leave it at that, and we'll let it be a mystery, I guess. Hey, J Trains, what's up? I guess we'll let it be a mystery. There's actually guests going down here, which is funny. I probably should separate this, because this is... we shouldn't have guests walking through here, really. So we might kind of separate it a little bit. I've noticed since they've done like some guest navigation updates that, you know, guests will wander off to stuff even if there's nothing there, which is nice. But sometimes you get stuff like this. Alright, I guess we're getting an early test to see if these stairs work, which it looks like they do. People are going up and down them. They got a little stuck there, though. Don't really want guests walking up them, though. Not really a way I can do a one-way path, honestly. Which, we're just gonna have to live with that, because not much to really do there, so... Alright, I'm gonna start. Let me get... those cave references I got of these stairs. There's like a stone... bit around the top here, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's just type stone and see what comes up. We have a lot of different options. It is Marvel Cave is what it's called today. Marvel Cave. Marvel, like marvelous. I think at one point it was called Marble Cave, though, like a long time ago when it first got discovered, and then they changed the name to Marvel Cave. I don't know why I always select the wrong arrows. Lower these a little bit more. I don't know how much of this I'm going to do, but yeah, Shadur Sanders make his debut in a preseason game. Good luck to him, I suppose. On the Cleveland Browns, so. Not many quarterbacks have had much luck with that particular place, so. At this point, they should have kept Baker Mayfield. Because he's actually doing pretty solid in Tampa. You're gonna pretend like you're not a fan. I mean, you can't deny that, you know, that's kind of how it's been. Just, when's the last time they actually had a successful quarterback? It's been a hot minute. What we need to do actually is copy the existing texture and then just add our railings. I might just use in-game railings for this. I feel like this would be a nightmare. We might actually add on to it a little bit. So add the wood parts to it, but like this will give us our start to it a little bit. We're going to pull the terrain up to it because the terrain is up with it. Kind of go there. Should have kept Baker, yeah. I don't think they treated him or did very well with that. It's hard being a Browns. I can imagine. I went through some stuff, maybe not as bad, but being a Chiefs fan, I have a great now, but it hasn't always been that way. Obviously, I can't complain, but like we have, like I said, we have a great now. But we've gone through we went through pain before the Andy Reid era. We went through some stuff. Again, I can't complain now, obviously. Like there's like absolutely cannot. That would be ridiculous if I did. The most I get to complain about is losing the Super Bowl now, so. But we did lose in pretty embarrassing fashion, so. Not gonna lie. I had to make it all the way down here. I didn't really know how else to make them. We had to kind of make it all the way down here somehow, so. I know they kind of look a little bit longer than what the actual ones are. But the only solution I could do is make this road not as far down. But I think where we're at now is actually about where we need to be, so I could raise it a little bit and maybe get rid of about one flight of stairs maybe, but that Super Bowl was a treat. Yeah, once you start winning, you become everyone's enemy. Everyone wants you to lose. You can go ahead and count the steps right now. Are you near the cave stairs? How many steps are in the office? Because I gotta do the one from the office too. These stairs were not easy to make, by the way. We could go Q-line. Q-line are skinnier. And these are gonna be fake, so like not functional, so we could do a Q-line stairway for the attractions office. They already have skinnier pads already, so could do that. How steep will let me go? I don't know if I really looked at these ones. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we need to actually kind of off for this direction. I don't think, yeah, you can't use the stamp builder here, so it's like, there's not really a way to get that angle in there unless we angled it actually on the flat section itself was angled. That would be the only way, really. Turn these down so we can... Cues are going to be kind of a good way to take control of this. There we go. Make that the attractions office steps. Stairway. The back of this building looks a little different, obviously. Like, I haven't really detailed it yet, so I feel like this needs to come out more. I'm not entirely sure what it would be in real life, or what it would look like in real life. It's kind of hard to tell. It's okay, because this is more backstage, and I'm okay with it not being 100% perfect. Obviously, I want to be as close as I can, but I'm okay. If it's not. Alright, and then... Let's see where we're at here. Let's just, I think, use the plaster for this. Plastered, non-gridded. Snap on, change the color. Past over 5 years and never done Marvel Cave. Well, you need to, at least once. Yeah, you definitely should. This is well worth it. Thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it. I do? Let's go ahead and make this a scenery group. Yeah, I have done the lantern tour myself. I need to. This will be about a good spot of where I want it. I have not done the lantern tour either. I want to do the lantern tour, I just have not done it. I actually have not been in the cave myself in quite some time. It's been a while. Vertical one. We have the big Silver Dollar City Marvel Cave, like kind of like a mural thing, which is pretty cool. Don't really know how I'm going to do that. I'll probably just put a placeholder sign there until I actually have something I can put there. Could try and do like custom photos for it at some point, maybe. At some point, anyways. Don't have any like stone pillars or something. That would be very useful right now. Wouldn't doubt that some of these are gridded too. Now we could use the classic brick, I suppose. Yeah, this will probably be the best option for us. Bum, ba-dum. Line that up with that. That looks like it will work. And then we'll put the actual side on the side here. We'll make that entrance. The actual entrance from there, so that will look pretty cool. They stop you right here, kind of go over some history and other stuff, like, and other things. Think powder keg to be on its way out? No. No. You're funny. The next 8 years. Seems like you guys are having a lot of problems with trains. Bro, that's been an issue since it opened. So yeah, no, it's not going anywhere. They've had issues with that ride, or issues with stuff like that since it opened. It's not like anything new. Powder keg's a little bit too popular for them to even consider taking out right now. What is this? Just like the title says, Silver Dollar City. The cave is on its way out. Yeah. No, powder keg's not going anywhere anytime soon. I think something really substantial would have to happen. Maintenance-wise. And I think it's definitely too popular of a ride for them to even consider it. It would make, I think, Gus upset because it is one of the more popular rides in the park. We're going to relocate the cave. Gus asks all the time where we moved it to. That does happen. They like to ask that. Someone it might be. Well, they don't know anything. They don't know nothing. Like, they're just saying, I think it might be because my own opinion. Like, there's no proof or anything going towards that. I'm over the ride. Like, I work over, like, it's literally my ride. So I'm in charge of that ride. There's no ramblings of it on its way out. 0. There is no ramblings of anything. If I haven't heard anything, then yeah, for sure, there's nothing on it. I mean, they wouldn't tell us employees or anything like that, but But I would know for sure. 100% no. Alright, let's see if we can get the outline of the structure here. How do you start with a recreation? You gotta get references. In this case, we're using a floor plan, so like this guy right here. That's a really easy way to do it, and then you just get references of your buildings and build them based off of that. So that's really the basis of it, you know. You just gotta find good references and pictures, videos, whatever you can find. Google Street View. A lot of parks have Street View, so Silver City does not. But a lot of parks do. It's kind of got a weird, like, angled roof thing going for it here. I think I got a picture from the other side, too. Which I believe is also angled as well. Alright, we might change the colors of these. We need to go a little bit more on the grayer side. Delivery or something. Something's getting delivered to my house. A van outside my... Yeah, like, I don't know a better way to describe how to do a better recreation, or do a recreation, but you just gotta have all your... And just do a lot of planning beforehand, too, I suppose. That's kind of a mistake I made at first Sword Art City. I didn't plan it out very well. What did I order, or what's going on here? I think something's being delivered. Starting a blank park from scratch is one of the hardest things, because you have that blank canvas. Like, there's so much potential, and then you just don't know where to go from there. That is the hardest part. Let's transition to here. There are video tutorials. I recommend looking up some tutorials on how to do the floor plan. I'm not going to explain it here in the live stream too much. But essentially you get a... you use Google. You have to take screenshots from a certain distance so you can get the right scale. and then you import it into the game, and I mean, there's not much more than that. It's really nice if you have the scaling mod, because you can use a lot less, and then you might have to go into like Photoshop or whatever photo editor you can use, and just slice the screenshots up to fit a billboard and Planet Coaster. That's essentially, without going into it, how it works. Did they scrap one of the Thunderation trains? We're not going to talk about that. They didn't scrap it. They had to make a Frankenstein train, basically. I think they're supposed to get 2 trains back by some point this year. I think they've been working on it, but let's just say something happened that forced them to take parts from both trains. And it's been like that since, oh gosh, for a while. Yeah, look up some tutorials on how to do floor plans and general and stuff. Jake's got a really good tutorial. That's how I learned. He is a really good builder, Drew. He's working on his Dollywood recreation, which is fantastic. If you haven't checked it out already, be sure to check out his recreation of Dollywood that he's working on. Alright, that's kind of the general shaping. I'm gonna go get that package that someone dropped off, so I'm gonna go see what that is real quick, and I'll be right back. Package inside, so it's not outside. But no, it is not Thunderation's last year. That is most likely, all rumors, so nothing confirmed. That's most likely next season, from what I'm hearing. Rumors I've heard, Thunderation's got, well, last year will be next season, 2026. That's what I hear on the rumor mill, but can they supply parts for SNS? SNS can supply parts and such, because yes, they obtained the remaining assets of Aero, yes. SNS is the reason why a lot of Aero coasters can still run. It is sad, but I think it will be for the better in the long run. We're gonna grab some more support structures here for this. just use this, actually. Essentially. It's not even the same angle. What happened? At least it doesn't look like it. Maybe it is, I don't know. From what I hear, if they do take something out, or if from what the rumors I'm hearing, if Thunderation gets removed, I don't think they have any plans to replace anything on that land. Because there are some structural stuff they've been dealing with. From what I hear. And like the main reason they wouldn't want to do that, because there's structural stuff because of the cave down below. Like Thunderation is like right over the cave, so I don't know if that's true or not, but have I ever had any negative interactions with guests at the park? Oh, dude, all the time. Absolutely. On a regular basis. There are a lot of negative interactions that happen, but the good thing is the positive interactions most of the time will outweigh the negative interactions. So, I will say that. Going through some of those negative interactions are worth when you have those positive interactions. Alright, that's starting to come together. It's a good start, at least like a good base for what we're trying to accomplish here. I might have to obviously work around some of our paths here and get the shape of the paths and get the wherever we need. Basically, we need to make a straightened path here that spans from here to there. There's actually a little bit of a path on the outside to walk on if these gates are closed for like employees and such. So we'll leave a little bit of space out there for that. Or we need to anyways. A little walkway that will go around here. We'll just press that in a little bit. And we'll round it out with the rounding tool. Just smooth it out. Just like that. Nice. That's beautiful. That's pretty good. Alright, let's get some rock work in here. I do want to get a lot of this situated today. I don't know how much, again, we'll work on this kind of area or section, like the cave and such, but I'd like to get a little bit done. Because the cave is not technically going to be part of our phase 2 in the project. Coming down to Branton to experience Silver City for the first time from Minnesota with your wife and kids. What should we go to first? I don't know much about the park. Depending if you get there early, Time Traveler is a good one to kind of get early before the line gets super long. It's right towards the front of the park. Yes, everyone's going to be heading there. But after you get to Time Traveler, try to get to maybe like Powder Keg and stuff like that. Hit those ones kind of first because they get longer lines as the day goes on. Because if you wait to do those later, the lines are going to be long. So, Outlaw Run usually doesn't typically get much of a line. Unless it's like a super busy day or something. It usually has one of the shorter waits, but Time Traveler and Powder Keg will have the longest waits. And if you're wanting to ride like Mystic River Falls, that also gets a really long wait as well. Especially if it's hot outside. But yeah, try and get to Time Traveler early and Powder Keg early before the lines get really long. Powder Keg's kind of closer to the back of the park. It's on the other side of the park from Time Traveler, so it's they're kind of far from each other, but is this the cave? Yeah, we are getting the walkway heading down towards the cave entrance from here. So, and we're going to make it functional. We already have guests walking around here, which is pretty interesting. I do want to make the cave functional. So, guests will walk around and go through it. And at the end of it, there will be a ride. So, and the only way to get to that ride is going to be to go through the cave. So, hopefully, we will have guests walking through the cave. That would be really cool. Be a really cool thing to see. I hope we can pull it off. In the first one, your very first thrill coaster you've been on, Thunderation. I guess if you want to count it, Thunderation. If you don't want to count Thunderation, it would be Wildfire. And Silver Dollar City, so. Wildfire is my first B&M. It was the first coaster that I went on that went upside down as well. My first wood coaster I ever rode was Ozark Wildcat at Celebration City when it was there. R.I.P. Missed that ride to death. It was such a good ride. I hope for it to come back someday. Some way, it's not going to come back if they tore it down. Hyperia, nice. That's a big one for your first thrill coaster. Can you bury this super chat somewhere in the SDC recreation? Oh my gosh, you're gonna do this to me? Thanks for the $5, J-Trains. You're over here making me do stuff like that, though. No, I have not been on Hyperia. Alright, Documents, Frontier Developments, Planet Coaster 2, and Media. My goodness. Where do you want it buried, J-Trains? I'm asking you. You're the one that did the super chat. Where do you want it? Hopefully, I don't know if it'll be pretty stretched on here. Gosh. Look how fast I got this in here. We went on it 5 times. Nice. Last time I went to Branson, I enjoyed the show. Entrance near the cave. Another 2 done. Okay. Alright, I'm going to set it down here for now, and we'll bury it in a little bit, but... Actually, you know what? Since we'll use it as our... For now, we're going to use it as our placeholder for the little mural here, since we don't have the mural here. There you go. For now, that's going to be a placeholder, and then we'll bury it once we're ready to actually put the actual mural there. But thanks for the $7. Appreciate you, J-Trains. I mean, it's like I can't ignore it if you're gonna super chat, so perfect. As long as you're happy with that. Alright, we're gonna kind of terraform this a little bit over here before we actually make the hole in the ground, because we gotta make the hole in the ground. We're gonna smooth this out so it's a little more gradual going into that hole. So our city started with that hole in the ground. So that's what we gotta do. We gotta create a hole in the ground. And we gotta dig it 500 feet underground. But for real, J-Trains, thanks for the super chats. Appreciate you. Alright, let's move this out of the way. So we can see where we're at roughly right now. So we can start making our stairway down to the cave entrance. We're gonna simplify it by just... Not really simplify, but we're gonna get it started, I guess you could say. We're gonna use the thicker pads and then we'll make them skinnier afterwards. It'll be easier. We have enough space to do that, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm gonna do this, and then we're going to grab this, and we're gonna start our stairway going down. And we're gonna make this skinnier afterwards, so... Except for this, we need to make this skinnier right away. But to do that, we can literally just use our delete stamp. Make it about maybe a little half the size or so. If you don't know where Silver Dollar City is, it's located in Branson, Missouri, in the U.S. Located in the state of Missouri. Alright, I'm going to look at a cave walkthrough. I want to make sure I get these steps somewhat correct, roughly. They don't have to be perfect, but I at least want to get them somewhat accurate. I don't know, I think it goes down to the right a little bit after we get past this part. Marvel Cave Tour. I'm sure there's tons of walkthroughs of the caves, so we're going to check those. Oh, this is actually a pretty good one. It's got a good shot of the cave map, too, which we're going to need to use. Alright, let's start right here, because that's about when they start walking in. They not... No, they don't have the shot of it going down the stairs. Of course this one doesn't. I'm sure one of them do. Oh yeah, it does. Never mind. Alright, so it immediately goes... Kind of zigzags a little bit at first. You go downwards, to the left slightly, down again, and to the right, I think. Into like a stone wall. Okay, so this has a good shot where I can kind of get an idea of... We might minus the zigzag a little bit and just go straight down. I think it would be a lot simpler for us to create. Actually, we might be able to create the zigzag once we delete a few of these pieces. Maybe. We'll see. Basically, we just need to keep going down and pushing down on the terrain. And then we'll form it around it in a little bit later. So I'm just gonna keep pressing down here, and we will blend it in later, or blend it in afterwards. We just need to get our paths in there. Once we get the path in there, we can start to create like the actual hole in the ground, and then like lead it in, and then we can just, from there, it's just whatever we create, because we'll be underneath everything at that point. So I love the delete stamp tool as well. That makes it so much nicer, actually. Alright, I think we can do one more flight. Yeah, one more flight of stairs. And then we're gonna go to the right. I need you even, please. Oh, straight ahead. Stop moving. Straight ahead. No slanting. Sure, that's close enough. It's so hard because the pads are not this thick, so we're gonna have to mess with that once we get there. Maybe if we do classic paths just for this one. I utilize the classic path for something. Let's go. That's about the most I'm ever going to use that for. Usually it snaps right into there, but we're having issues. Usually we'll snap right to it, but... See you on another video. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. So thick. Too steep. What do you mean too steep? Stamp builder. I command you to snap to that pathway. Or not. I guess it's not going to. There we go. That one's finally got it. Stamp builder. I command you to snap to this pathway. Please? Alright, are we at least on the same level? I think we are. We'll do that then. As long as you're connected. Okay, now we can adjust. Let's start off by getting rid of the excess. Ooh, yeah, it's not gonna want to snap to these, so we gotta be a little bit careful here. Just go with a big scale and get it on the right level. Well, that's not the right level. Been going to Sword Art a long time since Buzzsaw Falls was a thing, and is my favorite ride ever. And I've heard a rumor that it is coming back. No, I don't think so. I mean, part of it still exists, so on Powder Keg, but I don't think it's coming back. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't think it's gonna be coming back. From the ramblings I've heard as an employee, because I work at the park, I don't think there's any chance of it coming back, potentially. As far as I'm aware, there's no ramblings of that. Whatever they're building, I think, is something entirely new. Maybe kind of a spiritual successor of something. Please don't snap like that. I guess it's fine. That's fine. We'll go with that. And then that width is about good right there. We'll use that. That'll be perfectly fine. I think it would be cool, though, like a revival of Buzzsaw Falls. We could get, like, mock rides in there and have them utilize one of their water coasters. Obviously, you're not going to get premier rides to do it again. Bakken belongs at Whitewater. I mean, the tower's still there. They left the tower. Why is this slanted? Who slanted this? Why is this slanted? Did we accidentally move it? Alright, this will be like the entrance. When you walk in and you walk into like the tower, where the tower is. And the cathedral, and we gotta walk all the way down those steps. We have to dig so far down, it's crazy. It's gonna be so deep. Hopefully we can go that deep in Planet Coaster 2, I'm hoping. Where is Silver Dollar City? Branson, Missouri, in the US. Flamingo Land Resort, Yorkshire, soundtrack by I'm a Score in Europe. Announcement. What are your thoughts about it, Joe? I don't know. I haven't heard over a soundtrack. I don't know. Like, I usually don't keep track of soundtrack announcements, I guess. It's not something I know about. I mean, I love I'm a Score. That's great. That's cool. But, like, I don't know. I mean, I love I'm a Score, so I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's fantastic. But I can't say I I heard about that announcement, so. But I'm sure it'll be fantastic. I love that out a little bit. Can't go wrong with I'm a Score, that's for sure. Alright, I wonder if we can do... I think we'll be able to maybe use some in-game railings. It's very simple railings, so I think it's fair to say that it'd be easy. We could do custom railings, but I think just throwing in, like, these are going to be perfectly fine. No one will say a thing. If they don't like it. I'm perfectly fine with using in-game railings there, because these look fairly similar to the ones on there, so similar enough for me. So how many hours does it take to get there? Because I would love to go. Does it look good? Because I've never been there. Well, it depends on where you're coming from. It depends on where you live of how long it takes to get there. For me, it's only 15 minutes, so for me personally, it's only a 15-minute drive. That's me, though. Alright, we're gonna start to terraform this back around and form it around this. We're gonna smooth this out a little bit. This is gonna be a little tricky, but I think we can do it. Basically, I want to make this hillside. We'll move those trees, don't worry. I love being able to just could recreate Buzzsaw and Planet Coaster. I mean, you technically could. I think that'd be kind of a cool project, actually. Create a Buzzsaw Falls kind of revival piece. Have like a mock rides version of it. I think that could be cool. As beloved and missed as a lot of people miss Buzzsaw Falls, there really wasn't that much to it. Like, it wasn't that special. When you really think about the layout and stuff, I mean, it had a little flume area. Like, it went through a little flume section to start off. Went up a mini lift hill. You go around the turn that is now on Powder Keg, and go up the lift hill, and then you have the splashdown. And that's about it. Like, it wasn't that crazy insane. But, like, it was still a unique ride, for sure, at the time. And especially for a place like Silver Dollar City at that point, like, yeah, it was pretty unique for that at the time. So, like, I can see why it's very special to people and why they miss it. It was very much a unique ride at the time. But it wasn't anything crazy, like, for the time, I mean, 1999, that was cool. I mean, putting a roller coaster and water ride together, that was pretty cool. Most favorite park you've ever been to? Yours is Alton Towers. Mine is Universal Islands of Adventure. I've yet to go to Epic Universe, so I feel like it's going to be Epic Universe at some point, once I finally make my way out there. But as it stands right now, before I get to Epic Universe, it is currently Islands of Adventure, because you have Velocicoaster, you have Hagrid's, you have all the Harry Potter section, you have the Jurassic Park section, like, you have Incredible Hulk. Like, the theming and just the atmosphere, to me, is incredible. And everyone working there is amazing. I love all the work. Everyone working there seemed like they love working there, so. And are always in character and all that stuff, and it's just magical. Very magical. I would love to go to Alton Towers one day. I think Alton Towers looks like an incredibly great park. Definitely one of the parks I need to get to at some point in my life. It's just, obviously, I live in the US, so it's just be a little pricey and kind of difficult to get out there in general, so. It'd be a little bit difficult, but hopefully someday. Would love to get out there. Alright, we do have like some rock walls as you kind of go down here up against the pathway. Kind of lead you into the actual cave entrance. It's pretty fun. We're gonna try and replicate that a little bit. Kind of blending that inside within the terrain a bit. Giving us a really cool rock wall effect here. And then there's like a little doorway that leads you into the Cathedral room, which is like the really big room at the beginning of it. We're gonna try and create that opening here if we can. Make it look legit. And you'll enter the room through there, and then we'll blend, again, kind of blend in using rocks, and mixture of rocks and the terrain will be mixed in there. There's a lot of rock structure going in here, so we're going to try and replicate that on either side of this walkway that leads you down into the cave. My goal today is to try and at least get the Cathedral room started. I think that would be pretty epic. And we'll have guests walking through it too, so that's another bonus that will be really cool. Will I start doing Windland Adventure Resort soon? I don't really have much of an answer of when I will start working on stuff again. Again, I've already started on the next episode. I just don't have enough footage recorded yet to start, to get an episode up and going. But yes, hopefully soon, because I've just been very highly involved in getting this recreation going. Like, I've been very motivated to work on this over the Adventure Resort right now. So it just kind of depends on what I'm feeling motivated to work on. And if I feel motivated to work on a certain thing, like, that's what I'm going to focus on at the time. You know, otherwise things won't turn out the way I want them if I'm not invested in what I'm doing. If that makes sense. It's very weird. Kind of a weird thing, but... I mean, I guess kind of. I mean, I'm sure some of you can relate that. Potentially relate to that a little bit, so... But yes, we shall get back into it. Again, I have started it. I have started the episode, or the current episode, but I just have not finished the next episode yet. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull the terrain. Take a minute here, but we want to be accurate. Basically, I want to create a hollow space in here. That way we can start crafting the cave up. As we go into the cathedral room. So I want to try and have an opening here, but I want to close this up. So now we can start pushing downwards into here and start really crafting the cathedral room slowly. And then we'll have to put the hole up here as well. The actual hole that leads is at the top of the cave, at the top of the cathedral room that looks down, which would be around right here, so. And we're gonna blend all this together. We have to put the roof on this walkway leading down. You watch any sports at all? I do watch American football, NFL and such, so. I am a Kansas City Chiefs fan, and I've been a Chiefs fan before it was cool. Well, most people probably don't think it's cool now because, you know, everyone hates the Chiefs. Because they're winning. You know your team's doing something right if everyone hates them. Alright, let's turn on the light here, and we're gonna start crafting Marvel Cave. This is exciting. That we're finally starting to get in here. Start pushing down this way, because we got to go down 500 or so feet for the cathedral room. It's not cool. Not cool to you. Like I said, most people won't think it's cool, except for Chiefs fans themselves. Why is that a part? No, don't tell me this is attached to that. Are you kidding me? I did not attach that to this. That is stupid. We're gonna have to fix that. Hold on. That roof for this, for some reason, is attached to the billboard. And it should not be. Alright, I gotta make sure all that's deselected. I can't believe I did that. Split from building. Alright, that's part of that, so... Okay, we should be fine now to move this out of the way. I'm gonna pull it up for now. And we'll just go under... Oh my gosh, it's so dark down here now. Good thing we have a handy-dandy light. Just because I can't see on the inside here. As we start to craft the... the cave here. We're just gonna keep pressing in and pushing down. And we're just gonna slowly craft the cathedral room here. It is a very large space, so... And it is a lot of stairs you have to walk down for it. A lot of stairs, because from there's like a big tower that you have to walk all the way down to get to the bottom of it. And then you just continue going down. Down and down and down. So I'm hoping there's enough terrain here to work with. How am I going to do the exit train thing? I'm glad you asked. We talked about it in an earlier stream. I'm just going to use a tracked ride of some sorts and then decorate it to kind of look like a cable train. We'll have an entry and an exit station for it. And it will pull them out of the cave from the bottom. That is what we're going to do. Whether we use like I don't know if we're going to use a steam train or something else. Something along those lines, I haven't decided yet. Alright, let's pull up the intensity and size a little bit to kind of speed up the process here. So yeah, and the cool thing is since there's going to be one entry for this ride, so for people to get to that, they're going to have to walk through the cave to get to it, so guests will be inclined to go through the cave. So we'll actually have guests walking through the cave. I can't do like a tour guide or anything like that, but at least we will have people walking through it. So it will be, in a way, a functioning cave. Like, people are going to walk through it. I think it'd be really cool if we had something like we did in Planet Coaster 1, which was the Vista points, so we can have guests, like, taking pictures and such. That would be cool. I'm doing a good job. Thank you. Yeah, the cave is going to be a little bit of a wing it kind of thing. Like, I'll have a general idea based on the cave map of where we're headed. I do need to make sure the ending is in a specific spot so it lines up to where the cave exit is going to be. That needs to be kind of precise, but... Alright, we're actually getting a pretty big room in here for the Cathedral room, because it is the biggest room in the cave. We're going to have that big tower that's going to lead all the way down to the bottom here. Yeah, Vista points would be great. Now, obviously, I'm not going to build the entire cave today. I'm going to build the cave, but, like, not going to finish it today or anything like that. Would you create any coasters like Hyperia? I mean, I could. I haven't done single recreations in a while. Where's the entrance point going to start for Cable Train? At the end of the cave tour, wherever they get onto it. So, like, that's where the entrance will be for it. And then we'll have a load station and an unload station. And the unload station will be at the top, where they get pulled out at. And then we'll just have it circle around, because there actually are 2 tracks that they use. So we can circle it around to make it look like it's 2 tracks, but one, all it's going to do is loop around, and we'll just get it back to the beginning. It'll be a little wonky, but as long as it's functional to get the guests out of there and bring them back into the, and take them back into the hospitality house, that will be the goal. So, alright. We've got kind of like that established. What happened? My tab just died on me. Are we okay? Yeah, we're okay, okay. I'm definitely going to be putting lights in the cave because, I mean, there actually are real lights in the cave already, so yes, we will be putting lights in there. But in case you didn't know, while you're building in here, we do have, if you push L on your keyboard, if you're on PC, you can turn a light on. So while we're working in here, we can just turn our light on, or lamp on, or camera light on. Kind of hard to get out of here, though. I've trapped myself in here. Gotta go through the hole in the ground. Alright, we're gonna place our floor plan back down here for now. But sweet, we've got ourselves the start of that. And then, of course, we'll just add some, like, bushes around here to kind of help. And we're just going to try and blend everything together. And we'll put the, we have to put the roof on those footsteps going down into the entrance as well. I mean, it's gonna be a long time if we even consider Planet Coaster 3, but I don't know if we'll ever get one. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's always possible, but we need more people playing Planet Coaster 2, and it needs to be very successful. Alright, do we have people heading towards the cave? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if people will wander this way. They might wander that way. They're wandering that way. This is cool because we get to kind of get like a real life test to see if they actually utilize the stairs and make sure they can navigate them, because we are manipulating the paths quite a bit, so it could be a little bit difficult for them to get down there. Turning around though. I hope that they can get down there. Oop, there's something wonky going on right here. You see that? Something a little wonky going on there. I don't think, yep. I don't know if this is just not connected or something. It should be, like I didn't mess with that section there. Now I can't select the edges, so I don't know if that's actually a issue or not. We're gonna click the smooth tool, smooth the edges, brush tool, and that actually might have helped, I'm not sure. I don't know, it looks very wonky now. Let's test it out. Let's grab some people. Did they disappear? Let's grab a group here. I'm gonna put them down here, and we're gonna see if they're able to get out. If they're trapped, it means it's not connected. Those other people may have just decided to turn around. I think we're okay. See, as long as they can walk out, I think we're good. Okay, it looks like we're good. So it looks like that path is gonna work just okay. Real life locations. That would be cool. I mean, that would be really kind of hard to pull off overall, but it would be awesome. Would be pretty awesome. I think that'd be amazing, actually, but... I don't know if all those copied over or not. I think it did. Oh yeah, Universal Great Britain. I wish Universal would come more closer to me. We are getting that kids park in Texas, which is somewhat closer to me, but I want like a fully fledged Universal park, like that's close to me. Gonna be so cool when this is all said and done. Now, I do know that we need to change this texture to a stone texture, actually. Because next to the attractions office, it's actually a stone wall here. So let's see if we can find a proper wall for this. How's that one look? Stop changing the grid height and stop making it, like, not gridded. Well, that probably made no sense what I just said, but... Stop changing my stuff. That's all I'm trying to say. So we're gonna have to use, we're gonna use this one. And then that will be underground, so that doesn't matter, but most likely will be underground. Most likely. Alright, we're just gonna use some stuff to make this look a little bit nicer. This is very bland right now, very plain. Can't have that. I don't know if this hangs off a little bit. It probably does. But I'm not for sure. Door. Or the attractions office. I think being one of the people to put all the pumpkins at SDC would be such a cool job. I can actually sign up to do it. Like, it's actually a job share opportunity that you're able to do as an employee. So if I wanted to, because they put them up during a couple of days when we're closed right before the festival starts, I could technically help out with that if I really wanted to. I usually don't, though. I've never helped out with it. I usually just use like some of my holiday hours and get paid time off. That's what I usually do. Okay, so I could probably start to see if we... I'm gonna look at the 360 video first before I use my reference, but I do have a reference if I need it. So we're gonna go ahead and look at the 360 video. That is on the square. Dollar City 360. And I just want to start building the restaurant buildings that are over here. I don't know what I want to do. Was I on the wrong one? Yes, I was. Alright, pause. We need to work on some of this stuff here. Roof. This is covered up here. Stop moving. Done. Just want to move that up a little bit. Good, and then we're just gonna have to make some support structures for this. Done. What is going on? Stop it. That. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, that's what I thought. Might be easier just to delete the other ones after we get the one where we want it. And then just copy it. That's what we're gonna do. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum. No, it's all gonna fit in here. The floor plan fits the whole park in here, so we're good. Is SDC a big park? It's not crazy huge. It's fairly, I'd say, on the smaller side. It's larger than like a small park, but like it's definitely not like big or anything. It's fairly big, but not like it's growing. I'll put it that way. It's growing right now. It's gotten bigger over the years and is continuing to grow. Starting to look good. Starting to. All right. Now, we are going to need the floor plan again. Need the floor plan to come up here so we can see where we're at. I think that's how I'm going to work with the terrain, was we're just going to move it up and down as needed. So you can see my next plan is to... I'm not going to like redo this or anything. We're going to manage that. Because there is a building backstage in the backstage area. There is a building here. We can adjust that a little bit. It's not going to be a big deal. I'm totally fine with that. not gonna make a big deal about it, so... Like I said, the floor plan is more of a guide, I feel like, more than anything. You're really gonna use your references and what works best, but it's just a guide to kind of give us an idea of where everything should be, and we're trying to keep it contained within the area as well, so... But with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and start to get like a plan started here. We're just gonna at least get some stuff placed in and started. All right, so it's not a very steep roofing here, but we're gonna get this started here. Height-wise, we can adjust it as we go later, but there's just a big stretch of building, like connected buildings here for like the restaurant and mine. Was the mine restaurant at one point, but now it's kind of sitting vacant at the time, at the moment. I think there's maybe one more building that's kind of hard to tell. I walk through here all the time, so you'd think I would know off the top of my head, but I don't. And I think there's one more building that kind of bridges the gap here that's also angled. Could be wrong on that, but I don't think I am. I could see if I captured it. What? Volume? Was I on the wrong one? Yes, I was. Alright, pause. We need to work on some of this stuff here. Wait, that's very far behind. Hold on. So far behind. Now it's not loading at all. Alright, pause. We need to work on some of this stuff here. Wait, it just won't. It just started loading as soon as I refreshed it. Of course it did. I don't see any issues on my end. That off. I don't see any issues on my end. Sounds okay to me. Maybe it was just happening for a moment. I don't know. I think. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Everything's fine now. We'll use our wood pieces here. There, you kind of want to go here, roughly. I don't know. Everything's going to be kind of weird here. Weird, weird, weird. Weird, weird, weird. I'm not using the exact stuff I'm going to use here. We're just kind of just trying to get some shaping here. So what you're seeing here is not like final by any means. I'm just getting an idea of where stuff is going to be at and then making adjustments as I go. And then obviously we're not detailing here or anything like that. We're just trying to figure stuff out right now. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. It's really hard to see with all the trees, even with my references that I do have. It's really hard. See you again soon. It's been amazing watching your stream. Thanks for being here, man. Have a wonderful day. Appreciate you being here. All right. Let me pull up my reference video and see if I can have better luck at looking at these buildings. If not, I might have to get some better stuff. I don't know if I did it on this video or a later one. I think it was a different video because I did the hospitality house. Yes. This video. This will be our reference for the rest of the square. There we are. Oh yes, I got a much better shot of it here. There's that, and then it goes straight into that. So there is that gap there. I see it. There is a gap there. That actually is lovely because that makes it so much easier. I got a good shot of it here. There is no corner. So we're going to say get out of here to this. Get out of here and just delete that building. Get out of there. We don't want you. All right. And we're going to build this down here. To a certain point. And actually, we should probably build this a little further down. At least one more. Put this here. That does create that little corner there that we need, which leads to the stairway actually. So that actually, I think, kind of works out. I hope I'm right. But this little corner here, that actually does exist. Like that. Like these buildings are kind of have like a little slight gap on them, and if you're in the back of the attractions office, there actually is kind of a weird little spot here for this, and then there's this backstage section of this building. It's kind of starting to come together to me. Oh, are you still here? I thought you were going. I thought you were leaving. You said you were... Bye. You said bye already, and now you're back. Yeah, we need more likes. Tips about theming themed areas. I don't have like the greatest... My biggest tip just in general is to find inspiration of real life parks. Like if you're trying to do a certain theme, find a real life theme that, you know, that you kind of want to replicate and use inspiration off of that. Don't completely copy the buildings and theming and stuff. Like make it your own, but go based off of that. Like you can have... if you see a shape of a building that looks really cool and you like, try and replicate that and then make it your own a little bit. So decided to jump back on. Well, welcome back already. But yeah, just that's my biggest tip when it comes to creating more realistic stuff. So if you wanted to make something similar to, say, like, I don't know, we have a time traveler's one of our coasters here in Silver Dollar City. It's a Mach Extreme spinning coaster that has a steampunk time travel theme. If you want to do something like steampunky or something like that, and you use inspiration from something that you're kind of going for. So if I want to create something that uses a similar theme to, like, you know, time traveler, I can use that as my inspiration and kind of, like, in a way replicate it, but also make it my own at the same time. So it doesn't have to look exactly the same. I can use different pieces and stuff that looks slightly different, but it actually can work in that sense. It's actually how I do a lot of things, and I do recommend trying, before you kind of build your own parks, do a little bit of recreating. Try and recreate real life buildings or something. So recreating real life buildings actually does or can help you quite a bit overall. If you know what I mean. All right, so this will lead us to the Reunion Hall exit. Let's see if we can get some of the shapes here. Like, sometimes I'll start with the roofing here. We'll just get this little piece started right about here. Turn down the grid size if we want. Push that back slightly. And hopefully it is roughly around the same spot we need it. Put in our walls. Might need to raise this up even more. Doesn't seem to be a lot of space to work with. But at least we have our pieces here now. We'll get that selected, deselect everything else, move it, raise it up one more, yeah, that's the spot. All right, let's recolor this to, so we don't have to recolor it later, so we actually already have the color of our wall that we want there. And then this is going to go up quite a bit of ways, actually, at least one more. This roof is very long and tall, so we'll go ahead and get that in there. Connected like that, so we already have our first bit of stuff going like that. Let's recolor that to the same color. So we are looking at the same thing. I'd say this is probably going to be the second hardest building to create in this phase. The hospitality house I knew was going to be quite a bit of a challenge. So, but this one also is, because it's kind of hard to see the references. It's not like a difficult like shape or anything. It's just like there's a lot of trees and stuff in the way. Anytime I look up any references to this building, it's just a little difficult. And then there's a restaurant in here as well, so we might make it functional, actually. So we're looking at the pathways. You can kind of see where the path goes here, so we're gonna try and follow that a bit. It is a skinnier path, which is kind of hard to do sometimes, but why are you trying to snap to there? Don't snap down. Go. Just stay level. I want you to be level. And you're still going down. No. Stop. Stop it. Alright, so you can see we're gonna try and do our best to match the pathway here. Doesn't have to be super straight. And we'll delete anything that we need to, but I love that you can kind of see the lines of the pathways on here, kind of highlighted by Google. Those are actually pretty useful. And then there's actually a stairway right there. We just want to get this kind of in there. Will the park map from Silver City app will help, or the physical ones from the park? I mean, they kind of could a little bit, I suppose, but I don't know. Could be useful. Alright, we'll go make sure we're on that level. I do want to make sure we have the path that leads. And here, we might have to make this building taller. Maybe not. It's pretty close. We'll have to see. I love that we can just, it's, I've said it so many times, but it's so nice just to be able to edit the pathway and make it exactly the way you need to. It really makes it so much easier. Might move this path down further, actually. At least a little bit. So I think we have a lot of building to work with, and I'm gonna not need that much space. So, which means we need to move that down as well. I wonder if we can just select this path and maybe just slide it over like this. Yeah, that works. Sweet. I love being able to do that. I just didn't want that path there, so let's just slide it over effortlessly. That's so nice. Right there will be good for that. Brilliant, because most of this is just going to be like planters, bushes, and such like that, where the terrain will connect to. So that will be that. Let's go ahead and adjust our path to form around this curb. If we can. Yeah, like that. Just like that. Building. Now there's a fence here, but I'm gonna go ahead and make this anyways. Basically, I just want to be able to take this terrain and get this terrain in here and set. So. A good mixture of paints in there. Want a line to surface on. But thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. If you have, be sure to like the stream if you have not already. Gotta beat the YouTube algorithm. Gotta beat it. We're cruising right along here in phase 2 of Silver Dollar City recreation. In case you didn't know, we are creating this in phases, and we completed phase 1 literally not that long ago, like days ago. So, and we're already getting started here on phase 2, which is literally the square, and we're already got a good start to it over here. Really moving along. We've done all of this plus what we did start on Marvel Cave as well, which is fantastic. We got the Taffy Shop, Hospitality House. Now we're starting on the Reunion Hall, Mill Restaurant, and such on these buildings here. Then we'll have to do the gazebo, and then all of the square building stores here. We got the general store, we've got Hannah's Ice Cream Parlor, we got Wagon Works, which will lead us down going close to Hill Street, and then we do have to do all the little cabin area and stuff, and all the fun stuff over there on the side, which I'm the most unfamiliar with. Wildfire and Powder Keg is in phase 3? No, actually. Phase 3 is Hill Street, which is going to be from the top of the square to the bottom here. That leads towards the old Fire in the Hole and Powder Keg. That's going to be phase 3, so we're going to do that with all those buildings. Phase 4 is going to be American Plunge and Wildfire. So that's going to be phase 4. We're in phase 2 right now, so we won't get to our first rides until phase 4. And then phase 5 will be Powder Keg. So 4 and 5 are those two coasters. So we still got a little bit of a ways to get to that. So that's why we've been working hard to try and get to that point. And hopefully we'll get there sooner rather than later. I've been trying to stay consistent and work a lot on all of this. So we can get to those sooner. But we need to continue to work. We gotta continue to make progress. And we've been moving right along pretty quickly, actually, lately, so... Now, is there... I'd imagine there's gotta be... trees sitting around here. A few, actually. There is one kind of sitting right here. Let me... I need to adjust this. Gonna separate these two windows apart a little bit. Those are windows that go inside an office. There's a couple offices there, and they have the windows looking out at the square. So if you ever look in there, you might see some supervisors in their office once in a while, so... Couple of trees sitting around here, some smaller trees, so let's see if we can get maybe some smaller trees going. If we can find something a little bit thinner, small, that's all huge. Small. Smaller. We gotta build smaller. Don't have don't have much small trees here. This might be our best bet. Sure. Go with that one. But thank you guys so much again for being here. Appreciate all of you. What does that green even lead to? You guys are wonderful for being a part of here, supporting this project. And I hope you guys have been enjoying the series and the live stream, the very very consistent live streams lately. Really trying to stay consistent overall. For your guys' entertainment and enjoyment. And really because, like, since I failed to complete this recreation in Planet Coaster 1, I feel like I owe it to you guys to really push hard to get this one in. I just feel like I owe it to everyone. I know there's a light pole over here. different one that I've been wanting to do. We'll do this one. That is a start. Bum, bum. Alright, picket fence, where are you at? There you are. I do want to be aligned to surface, so we can do that. Almost free. Like, yes, I do want to do that. Bum, bum, bum. Wrong way, we want this direction. Which is great, because we can also do this. I think that also leads to the entrance to the Reunion Hall. So the exit, there's like a designated entrance and a designated exit for it. So, and then we have the mine restaurant next to that. And it goes from there, so. Alright, you can see some of the paths that go right here. We might go ahead and just so we can kind of see where we're at here, I am going to copy an existing texture. Gonna complete the square today? No, probably not. I have to work tomorrow. I can't do a 24-hour live stream. Stop trying to go down there. Stay level. Why are you trying to connect down there? Stay level. Stay on the same level. Don't know why it tries to do that. Like, why are you going downwards there? I want you to stay where you're at. There's like a couple different colors here of textures. So now we gotta go back to this. Now it keeps wanting to do this again. Don't know why, but it is. And we most likely will redo some of this. I just want to get a little bit started here on where we're going for the square. Why is it closed? It's been closed for 5 years. They even took the sign off. Like, it doesn't even say Mine Restaurant anymore, so. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hello, hello. This is looking awesome. It sure is. Let's go. Split to the left side, and then there's a quite a bit of path right here, like big open path. What are the chances of the Constitution is for American plunge expansion? I could see them one day refurbishing it, or like reimagining it, maybe kind of like what they did with Lost River Mystic at some point. Oh, you know, one thing I wanted to, I've had it on my mind. Are we able to do this? The answer, no. That's disappointing. I wanted to see if you could use the invisible path on these. But you can't, so you can't make the platforms invisible. That's disappointing. I was really hoping that we could use those there. Darn. 'Cause some of these are a little bit huge and a little bit too big, so it makes it. So if I was like, man, if we could make it invisible, that could help quite a bit. But nope. Because I thought, I was like, I know we can copy the path textures to the platforms now. But all but the invisible ones work. That's kind of disappointing. I was hoping. If you're listening, Frontier, you should definitely do that. Make that an option. Should also make it an option to make our load gates a lot smaller too. Like, why we don't need load gates this long. If you know what I mean. Really don't. Look at that, we're starting to come along. All of this is new right here for phase 2, which is awesome. That we're starting to grow around that. Alright, so let me bring back the 360 cam so I can see exactly what we're working with here. Okay, so that goes around there. All the way up to this path, which is where they're staying. They're standing right at this corner here on the 360 cam, so let's build our curbs around here. Because there is another pathway that kind of like a skinny pathway that goes through there. Alright, so this is a little bit past that next opening, and we get a really good look at the Reunion Hall entrance right here and the Mill Restaurant. Stop starting and stopping. A really good shot at that, so. I'd probably say this is a pretty wide path, actually, so probably expand it a little bit that way. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to press that down here. But we're going to expand it this way. It's a pretty wide path. And we're just gonna have to do a lot of adjustments till we get it where we need it. Because this kind of comes to a point and gets to that path, which will lead us back that way. Kind of go this way. I think it connects about right there also. There's just a lot of like little mini paths kind of roaming around everywhere here. Alright, so we'll kind of shape where this path goes, utilizing this a little bit. We're gonna have to finesse it a little bit, but that's fine. I think that's the first time I used the finesse words. I think this is stretching a lot further this way than it should, but I think, we got the hospitality house slightly off, so it's so we're gonna kind of have to, again, make this a little bit different, but that's alright. Alright, so basically we're just going to shape out where this path is going to be, and then we'll build the path after we get it in there, so... There's a tiny piece here, basically, like a tiny planter piece here. Whitewater recreation, I think it'd be cool, yeah, maybe once we finish it. Whitewater wouldn't be too hard, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to, because there's a rumor mill that it might not be there much longer, like that they're actually going to move it over next to Silver Dollar City. That's in the rumor mill right now, and that might be happening soon, so... But then again, I don't think it would be a very hard recreation. It's a very small water park, so... Pretty small. Like, it wouldn't be bad to recreate it, because then you'd still have it, so... But, we'll see. I think it'd be definitely a good one to recreate, though. Or could be. Could be fun to recreate. Just to do, like, a dedicated water park. I think you have everything you need to make it, so... As well, which also helps. Where are we at here? Okay, so they're actually on this path. That's... Okay, so they actually walk through it. That's also very helpful. Yeah, so this is kind of like directly across from there a bit. I think we need to pull a path a little bit further this way, actually. In fact, let's delete those two. Like, pull the pathway that way. Alright, and I think we made this a little bit too straight. So let's, like, give it a little bit more of an angle here. Yeah, I wish you could see these a lot more clearly on the floor plan. Make it a lot easier to make, like, the paths and such. Alright, that's not too shabby. It's definitely not perfect. That's okay. What's happening here? Oh, I got the invisible path selected, that's why. Merge turned off, so that way we can connect that without that flowing over there. And it doesn't have to be perfect because we can just go and edit it out. It's a great part. Like, that's what I love about this pathing tool. We can literally just do this. How great is that? How great is that? I don't have to make these super perfect as long as there's no holes like right here. We'll make it work. Yeah, 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 yeah. I always click out of the whole thing by accident. Alright, cool. Once we get one of that in place, a little bit more here. Spots still left. There we go. Once we get that in place, always find another spot every time. I think I get it. There we go. Now we can take the terrain. Look how easy that is to adjust the terrain up to here. Goes right up against where we need it without going through the pathing perfectly. Yeah, I think they're on. I think they have them posted on like YouTube and stuff. I'm not sure. They might. Maybe they do. Maybe. I know they posted all Planet Coaster 1 songs online. And I think you actually, if you have like the deluxe edition, I think you get like, you actually can download them or download the soundtrack. So. Hope I'm right on that one. I could be wrong. It's very nice to see guests walking around here, though. And I wish they had like the benches that had benches that resembled these a little bit more, but they don't. Planet Coaster 1 does, but I think it was part of a DLC. The ones I was thinking of. Hey, welcome back, Steve. Alright, I think we're gonna go with these over here. Did you make your office? Not yet. I haven't done any interior, but this is where the attractions office would be. It's kind of a mess, but I do have, like, the cave entrance and such. There's not a whole lot of space in here if we were to make it. I do kind of want to do some Easter eggs, though. I think it'd be funny. So, like, some of the supervisors and such like that. I think it'd be fun to do some Easter eggs that are, like, hidden. And a pro tip, if you ever get to this point, where you have like a point like this that you can't have enough room in, flip it on its side like this. If you need skinnier pieces, and then just use the scaling tool if you need to scale it up or down even more. You can also scale it down more. That's how you get these little tight space spots if you don't have enough space. That's how you do those. Yeah, should we make Steve's office? Would be funny. I should make Steve. I should put you in there. I don't know how I'd be able to do that, but we have like animatronic figures, and maybe I could dress them up to make it look somewhat like you. There's not enough room. Yeah, probably not, but I could at least do some sort of reference or Easter egg in there. I think it'd be funny. I did not put that there. Oh, why did you change colors? You're not supposed to do that. It hasn't done that in a long time. I thought that was part of an update they got rid of that. That's kind of weird that it did that. Darn fighting textures, get out of here. Alright. Never mind, there's still another spot over here. We forgot. We missed a spot. I did make patches. So, there is that. I did make patches. I did make a model of patches. Kind of like a test model. For when I get to fire in the hole. Maybe I could reuse that as you... We go over to fire in the hole here. Where's he at? There he is. I used like a... I scaled down a bush super small to give him his little red facial hair. It's really bad, but like... With the circumstances, I think is about the best I can do. And you can see his beard disappears if you go too far away. Patches, I'm gonna tan your hide. Chickens. Why is it always got to be chickens? Steve, were you here? Yeah, you were here earlier when we started the Marvel Cave. Yeah, when we were doing all that. We actually started on the cave itself. Inside the terrain. I wish these didn't have fighting textures when they were overlaying themselves. Try to avoid having the least amount of fighting textures as I can. Tough though. I will say this is miles and miles ahead and easier than Planet Coaster 1 when it comes to like building like stuff like this, like with the pathing. Like being able to do the paths like this in Planet Coaster 1 would have been an absolute nightmare to get right. It would have just been a nightmare. Especially if you're utilizing terrain and stuff. But doing like elevate or like different elevated paths in Planet Coaster 2 is so much easier, so much better. It's so much easier to work with and adjust. Like making the adjustments are so easy. Love it. You can see some of those aren't completely the same height. That's alright. We'll cover them up with a lot of different things like bushes and rocks, whatever, like decorations. Easy way to cover those up. This method here on this bit. Anyways, thank you guys again so much for being here. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you're liking the stream if you're enjoying the recreation so far. There's 23 of you in here and we have 12 likes. So, you do the math, it just doesn't make sense, right? Just saying. Like, y'all know what to do. You gotta fight against that YouTube algorithm. Get more people in here. Fill this hole in with this real quick. Hooray. Alright. Got all those planters filled with that. Whew. It's a lot of work. A lot of tedious work. But in the end, it's definitely worth it. I think. Scaling tool comes in clutch, man. Tell you what. Need something a certain size? Boom, we got you covered. Do we have any, like, pots or stuff we can use? We do. There's, like, a bunch of tidbits here. Rocking chairs in different colors or, like, games. Oh. Yeah, about now, like, the checkers, yeah. There was rocking chairs in Planet Coaster 1 in the Spooky DLC, and it was actually animated. You could turn the animation off if you wanted to. So hopefully we'll get something in the future. I would hope. I hope so. It'd be very nice if we did. Alright, these flowers are kind of an orangish red. Yeah, we're going that far. We're going to, like, what color are these, what color are these flowers that are sitting in this pot? There's also a light post here, too, that we'll go ahead and throw in. Is there a tree in here? There is a tree. Let's get the tree in there. Let's get a tree in here. Lots of trees. Here. That's this one. We have a couple of smaller trees on the side. Don't have a lot of small trees to work with. These will actually do pretty well, actually, if we just scale them down a little bit. What else we got here? We'll make that work. Alright, we're gonna do a couple different sizes for some of these. That way they differ from each other quite a bit. Ba-da-da-da-dum-bum. Da-da-da-dum-bum. Just gonna go both ways here. Alright, just a variant of different bushes here and such. Will it be good? Find some smaller ones. Try to anyways. There we go. All right. I do like to throw just some random crates, even if they're not like actually there, it just still gives you that vibe that this is Silver Dollar City, you know. Crates with like stuff on them like that, and you know, these decorations do you know, in real life do tend to like sometimes change, so for sure, so we can kind of give our own flair to it slightly sometimes. I'll put some of these in here because I do want some. Interesting. Suspected spam. Love getting those phone calls. Ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Look at this, the square is starting to slowly push further this way. We're almost to the gazebo. Wow. I'm just proud of myself that I got this far already. In the last few days, honestly, like just... It's just nice. Pull that down, see where we're at without the floor plan right now. Is coming alive. We're gonna start. We have guests starting to walk a bit on the square. There's no attractions out here yet, so there's not really anything for guests to go to just yet on these paths. It's just a lot of them will be wandering around, so. Alright, we can start to do like a little bit of a tour here. So let's see what it looks like. To the audio. It plays. Go through here, enter the park. Up here we got Eva and Delilah's. Now we have the hospitality house. Which leads us on to Town Square. Oh man, I like this. This looks so good. Walking around here just, like, it feels familiar, which makes it that much more special. Obviously it's not, there's still stuff. Yeah, I think you're right. There's like a little waterfall to the right of the security scanners. I haven't made it yet. Yeah, there's like some stuff going on over here somewhere. Maybe I can look at the 360 video and get that in at some point. Welcome to Silver Dollar City. We're so glad you're here. And then if we go this way, we can go into the cave. Oh yeah, you're totally fine to be picky. That means it only means we can get better. Here's the cave entrance, and then this would lead us down into the cathedral room, which we have somewhat started. We're gonna get there. So cool. Obviously we have more details to do, like here and there, but... It's cool that we can actually loop around here now. Oh, that's so cool, just seeing it like this, that's so cool. Obviously you're never gonna get it 100% perfect, but man, I'm feeling good about it. Now, being picky is good. If I miss something, I should definitely get it in there. Or try and get it in there. Back when Lost River was still a thing, there was a creek that ran along the path next to the show building. There's a lot of little creeks and waterfalls, and there's a lot of that in Silver City in general, so a lot of different places. Walk right there right now and wave. Oh, I didn't line that door up. Obviously, like, this would lead into the... would actually lead into the attractions office. I guess I probably could, and realistically speaking, push this. More realistically, it'd be, this building would be pulled forward a little bit, so that would be lined up with it, but... oh, I messed that up. Ah! It's okay, like, you're never gonna really notice it unless you go in there. Little things like that happen sometimes, but... it's alright. But Phase 2 is coming along. It's crazy to think that we've done all this within this last week. Like, I don't even think it's been a full week since we've started full Phase 2 yet. So, the fact that we've gone that much done in that amount of time is actually insane. Like, if I keep it at this pace, I do think I could have this recreation done by next year. But I'm gonna have to keep the same pace up. I don't think I will, but like, I would love to. I think it'd be great if I could. I'm gonna get burnt out at some point. I know it's gonna happen. I'm gonna lose motivation at some point. But I'm hoping, like, I'm trying to push myself to like Phase 4, where we can get to Wildfire and the American Plunge. If I can push myself to those points, I feel like I could get motivated again, because like that means we're gonna start working on the rides, and it's a little bit more exciting. Instead of just like all these buildings and shops, you know, those aren't as exciting as everything else. So obviously, so the American Plunge. Incredible. We got 161 guests. It's a pretty light day today. To say the least. But no, I'm trying to figure out, like, if we start the cave right here, the cathedral room, and then it'll lead back this way. I'm just gonna watch a cave tour to see which way we need to go for each, like, room. And then hopefully we'll end up in a spot. Hopefully we won't end up accidentally getting to the edge here. That's my kind of big fear. But if so, we can, like, mess around with it to make sure it will work okay. Hopefully with the cable train, I'm hoping we can make it without having to worry about the edge here. We'll make it work regardless, even if we have to mess around with it, we'll make it work. What about the steam train route? Am I able to fit all of it in here the way it was supposed to be? It goes out and around over here. Cut it off, so I don't know if we're going to be able to make it or not. I think we will, actually, because we just go around here, make the turnaround, and then come back this way. I think we'll be fine. We can actually make that work just fine, actually, because I think this is about the spot where it starts to turn around. Like this, the show is somewhere around right here. We should be fine. No matter what, we're going to fit it all into the same map, for sure. I might even, like, slightly build 76 here, just so we have, like, a road coming around here. And then I'll try and build some of MNC as well. And Outlaw Run over here. We got the mule barn and everything over here that we can also put in. I'm sure some props went to... I'm sure some people took stuff from them, for sure. I mean, some of the stuff went over to the new one. I'm sure some of the stuff that did not go over did. I'm sure some people took some stuff home. With or without permission, who knows? But I could be at the end of the road for at least today's stream, potentially. We got some good stuff done. And we can come back and do even more, so soon. Boom, 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 boom. Got so many notifications on my phone. Jeez. But I can't wait till we can actually walk around the park a little bit more once we get further along. That'll be great. Like, comparing this to... We just opened... Not too long ago, we opened up... About a week ago, or maybe, or so. We actually opened up the original Silver Dollar City recreation from Planet Coaster 1, and this looks so much better than what I was doing there. Like, overall, I think I've done such a better job on the start of this one. So much better. What's planned for the next stream? Work on both cave and square. Yeah, we're kind of like jumping between the cave and square. Like, I'm not going to do much more on the cave, honestly. Like, I might do like the roof over the stairway and such. But we're not going to, like, phase 2 doesn't involve the entire cave. We might do... I think we're going to work on the cave every so often, like... Just kind of like as we go along. That's going to be kind of one that's like not part of a specific phase, but like I just work on it once in a while. But I wanted to get the entrance to the cave because we are going to make Cave Road here. So I think it was important to at least get it started a little bit into that. Next stream, we're probably going to be working a lot on the restaurants here on the side. And just kind of working our way this way. And then we, maybe get started on the gazebo. Maybe, I'm not sure. Basically get all this here, leading us up to these buildings. So maybe hopefully by next stream we'll get these done. Like the restaurants done here. We'll get this part of the square done. And then maybe the gazebo. And we might even start on Hannah's at that point. we'll see. And then we'll get the other side of the square as well. There's not much going on over here. There's not like a ton of buildings or anything, so this side of square is going to be pretty quick, I think, once we get around to there. And then we have like the Wilderness Church, all the little cabin buildings here and such, you know, where the homestead pickers are, and you start leading you down to like the leather shop and such. So yeah, those will also be part of this phase as well. Get those done. Basically, I'm getting all the stuff that I don't want to work on out of the way early on in this build, basically, because the square and the entrance area is kind of like those kind of drags on, like trying to get these done, and you know. But so I'm taking advantage of the motivation that I have had recently, and we're using that motivation to get this done and to get on to more exciting stuff. So, and I think the way I planned this out is so much more effective than what we were doing before, because I think the further along we go, the more motivating it is, because it's just like, oh, this area is now completely done, or pretty much done. I can move on to the next area. And then once you get that done, like, you're just like, at that point, you're just like, once you get closer to halfway, you're like, oh man, now I gotta really start pushing to get more stuff done. And that's how I am now, because I'm just like, man, we've done all this lately. Like, that's quite a bit. And if we push a little further, we can get even more done. And once we get the square done, like, we'll have all of this to this point done. And then if we do Hill Street, we'll have all of it, like, all of this done. And that's like, I don't know, like a quarter of the park, you know? Like maybe around there, maybe a little less than a quarter, but... And then once we get Wildfire, American Plunge, Powder Keg done, like, that's almost like the left side of the park done, you know? Like, it just... Once you get each phase done, it's more and more motivating, so... that's why I'm hoping this phase we can kind of breeze through pretty quickly. We are going at a pretty good pace right now on getting this phase done sooner rather than later. So, because basically if you look at it, I'd say we have about 1/3 of the square done. Build while you talk. No, well, I mean, I think I'm kind of done for today is what I'm pointing out. That's why I'm talking. I think I'm kind of done for today. We've gone over 3 hours, which is pretty solid. I can only build so long in these things before I kind of, like, need to find a stopping point. Otherwise, I will burn myself out. Like, yes, I would love to do more, and I think it would be really great to do more. But I don't want to burn myself out on it, and because I want to keep that motivation up. So as long as we're consistent and getting a little bit done each day, I think we'll be in good shape. I'll be pretty happy with that, so... Pretty happy with that. Man, we're going to be having to sink down so far into the ground once we get to Hill Street, because that's such a steep hill, and we'll have to go way down there. We'll be way down there. Down the hill. Keep that motivation. I'm going to try to. I've been streaming almost every day. What's up, Silas? Can you come by? What do you mean, can you come by? Like my house? I don't know if my wife would really want you to. You need to buy something from me already? Don't tell me it's the same thing that you bought for me yesterday. You can bring food, sure. You just need to buy something. Can I not wait till tomorrow? Like... I don't know if you work tomorrow, but... The second one. He basically is. You know, there's stores around where you can purchase these things. Just saying. Why don't you just go to the store? You don't have to go off and just use me. Let's see. Silas. Why are you not working, Silas? Good question, Steve. Why is he not working? Early out. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. It is 6:45. Jeez. I think I'm 2:10 tomorrow. You're off tomorrow on the 10 o'clock day? How'd you get the 10 o'clock day in? Or 10 o'clock day off. I'm 2:10 tomorrow morning, so... And then I'm off at 4. It's actually a day I'm actually not too upset being 2:10. I like doing 2:10, so it's not a big deal. But, like... Tomorrow's a good day to do that, because it means I get a half day. Yeah, I'm opening 2:10 tomorrow. That's what I just said, wasn't it? Or I don't know. His point is you called in Monday, so you have hours to make up for, so you should come in tomorrow. That's what he's saying. You're off the next 2 days? I still have that false track in here. I think I've made the decision. With powder keg here, we're going to do the same method we did in Planet Coaster 1, so I can really have control of how tall it goes up to. This is... Silas wants to work at Fire in the Hole. He says it over and over. See, what I wish they would do with these is, like, for the animation options, I wish there was, like, options where you could have it go to one side and then for so many, and then set the seconds before you have it go back down. Like, I wish they had options like that. Because now, the closest I have is the slow pause, which means it pauses up here for a moment, like literally for a second, and then it goes right back down. I wish there was a way to keep it up there, but there's not. Still a cool visual, though, to have it. Could do ultra slow. Hey, that area is restricted. You're too close to that nitro. You smell smoke. Hey, look out. She's gonna blow. Potato. Alright, would that be good? That might be a little bit too much of an angle, but I can't change how long this is either, so... Silas, you're occupying the chat, apparently. You should not get sick. Yeah, there's not like a very... There's a slow pause, but there's not like a very slow pause. Like, how is that slow? That didn't look very slow. Alright, that actually kind of lines up pretty well right there. Well, maybe not. Top is, the bottom is not very well lined up. Alright, we'll go deactivated. Alright, let's get the height correct here. Like the stream, people. You heard Steve. Like the stream. I'm not allowed to be... I'm not working on powder keg. I'm working on a concept for when we get there, so that way when we get to powder keg, it's a lot easier. I've been testing stuff before we get there. Can I build wildfire now? No. I'm not allowed to build wildfire now. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. Gotta make sure the train length's correct. Wildfire is gonna be the first coaster we build, though. So that's fun. Oops. Too bad the stations are so big that you can't, like, fit anything else in there. The one crappy thing about Planet Coaster sometimes, is they make everything so big. Makes it hard to fit everything into the building, like in the floor plan. Like, it really isn't gonna fit. Like, I can't do all the queue line in there. Like, look how little space I have to make a queue line. What the? Wait, hold on. There's no way you can edit that. What? I was about to say, like, there's no way it's gonna let me edit this. I love that you can actually attach, or actually, like, actually click on those. That actually, I'm like, for a second I thought I discovered something, and I was like, can I actually move this platform? The answer is no. It doesn't do anything when you move it. Which makes me wonder why you can even select it in the first place. Quite interesting, because I think they are in the game's code as paths. But it got me excited. It is one of Steve's rides. But it is the first coaster we're going to get to. In Phase 4. We're in Phase 2 right now, so we're halfway there, almost. Hopefully Hill Street won't take too long. But I'm excited for Wildfire. I think Wildfire is going to be one of the easier ones to build when it comes to, like, the layout and stuff. So I think it's a good one to start out with. Outlaw Run Team Chat. I have that on silent, so I don't have to look at it. Because it keeps going off constantly. I don't know what I'm looking at. There's so many messages. I'm refusing to make a drug deal with you. All right. Steve, you weren't on the construction crew. I doubt you even lived in the U.S. when it was built. So you're saying in the year 2000 you were building a Wildfire. Alright friends, we're gonna do a manual save here. And head out to the main menu. Again guys, if Phase 1 is up... Yeah, it was 15. Phase 1 is up on the workshop. If you haven't checked it out already, you can download Phase 1, which is just the entrance area. So everything that we've been working on isn't up there yet, but you can at least download the Silver Dollar City workshop item on there, so... Good night. Thanks for being here. Let's wait for this to load. Taking a while. There it is. And we go to my workshop. Let's see how many downloads. It's up to 142. So it's gotten a few more since I last looked. It's up to 4 stars. Let's get it up to 5. See you, Steve. I have 93 subscriptions. Wow. See if there's any updates for the stuff that I got. Oh yeah, we have basically the silos, by the way. I might use that for the silos. Oh, there's an update for Mystic River Falls. I wonder if they've worked on it more. Someone made like a really cool recreation. We should open this up and see if I remember that being really good, actually. It is a really good build. Before we go, we should check that out. See if I can find it. Should be in a park file. I don't think it's a blueprint. It's way too big for a blueprint. Because they have parts of that and other parts of the park, so... Oh, here it is. I couldn't find it at first. But this is actually pretty well done. I've looked at this before, but it's had an update, so let's see if it's got some more stuff on it. I remember they went all the way to the barn swing for it, and it's actually really well done. They got the smokehouse, and they stopped before they got to Outlaw, which I'm a little upset about. Instead of Outlaw, they just put apple pickers here. I don't know why, but... So it's not like fully Silver Dollar City, but obviously it is at the same time, so it's kind of interesting what they did here. So yeah, Mystic River Falls, but they used like a regular lift hill instead of, you know, using the V. Obviously you can't use a V lift in Planet Coaster 2, but if you have certain mods, you might be able to mess around with it. So they messed with the layout a little bit. Instead of going directly right in the tunnel, they made you go left, and that way there's more space to go up the lift. So they did do that. Besides that, it does look pretty good. I can just copy and paste. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make my own. There are some stuff I don't mind working on. Or there are some stuff I don't mind using, like the silos maybe, like the little silos. But we have the Riverfront Playhouse over here, which their building turned out pretty good, actually. Pretty solid. This is where they stopped. Future expansion coming soon. There's Lake Silver. I don't know what this person's doing, if they're doing much, or... They seem to only be interested in this area, but they also did Crossroads Pizza. I love this sign. They did a really good job on this sign. And you can see they did the interior, too, which is pretty fairly accurate, actually. Like, this is pretty solid. I could potentially, I'll give them credit, like, I could potentially use this building, but I would give them credit if I did. Because they did a really good job in the, and also with the interior in this, too. You don't have the outdoor seating section for it, though. I would steal that. Yeah, I might. Like, again, as long as I give them credit, of course. It is a possibility that we do that. We'll see. At least I might put it in and then kind of edit it to fit into the park. So, like, I don't think this back part is even here in real life. Like this building, part of the building. They even have like the Wild West racers in here. This I'll probably steal because this is really good. But I'll definitely put them in for like credits. You can see they did the restrooms here too. They made it Casey's farm instead of Wilson's farm for some reason. Have a good night, Silas. They also made the Dockside Theater. Not too shabby. And of course, Clarabelle's. For the cinnamon bread. Gosh, the interior on this is pretty solid too. No, you're not doing that.
Oh,
Hey, it's Bodhi. I love that. I do think it's great that they used the shark mascot in here. It's fantastic. Go buy your own at the store. Literally, you could go buy it anywhere you want. You get a whole box. You don't have to take all of mine. But no, they did a really good job on this. I love this, so. There's a few random things that they did that's kind of weird, but they even have the little water cannons in here. What are these? What did they use on this? Oh, they used Poseidon's arm. That's funny. That's an arm from a statue. That's actually pretty clever, because it kind of looks good, so. Recommendations, just go to Walmart. They do look really good, don't they? It does go a little bit too slow through this. Got a good splash. Fails, you're blaming. You can't blame me. They do interior for the smokehouse too. They did. This is like really good. I like that they did that. I like that. Oh, I see what they did. I think they, because the last time I looked at it, we didn't have restaurants, so they actually put restaurant pieces in here, so it's actually functional. Like an actual functioning restaurant. That's clever. Very, very good. That's probably what they updated, because I'm like, I don't see anything new in here that they added. See you, Silas. In real life, the booth is right there. Where does it throw the booth at here? Oh, it's right there. Put it in a weird spot. Giant barn swing. Attention riders. Yeah, I don't know why there's apple pickers here, but there are. It's kind of interesting. It's cool that they did like a section of Silver Dollar City, though. This is very, very good. Definitely tell a lot of work went into this, so. A lot of time and effort. But, I'm gonna do something even better. Hopefully. I'm gonna try and, with mods, I'm gonna try and utilize the, where's the water? What is happening? Why is there just no water in here? Oh, okay. Sure. It's fine. Anyways, we could play something like this. Linear synchronous motor. Could do something like this. And that will get it launching fast. Moving quickly. I don't know what degree the drop is, but technically. Drop start. Yeah. We'll just do a drop start and a drop end. That would make sense, right? Alright, test. I know I was saying I was gonna leave in a minute, but we're out here testing stuff. Stop distance down. Done. Test. Stick River Falls V-lift test number 1. Yeah, that actually goes down pretty fast like it should. Sploosh. That's a rough. That's actually roughly about what I want to do. Like, I love that I can make this kind of launched, so it'll go through this faster like it would in real life. Hooray for mods, right? And then we can decorate this to make it look like the actual lift tower. That'd be nice. Do the best we can with what we got. See what it looks like on ride. Yeah, it looks good. I think that's gonna work. Obviously we're using mods, but I think it's gonna work pretty well. Hey, one sec. Someone's at my door. guess figure that happens right before I end the stream, right? My stepdad coming by and saying hi, so. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Love seeing other people's recreations and such like that. It's awesome. I'm gonna make some dinner here pretty soon, so. I'm gonna make myself some chicken Alfredo tonight. Hey, J-Trains. Pretty good to me, though. Anyways, let's see if there's anything cool in the workshop before we go. I just want to see what's on here. I'm curious because I haven't really ever tried it, but let's... Oh, someone made a single rail compact. Oh, I already installed that. Ooh, a claw machine. I'm just gonna type Silver Dollar City and see what comes up. Besides my stuff. Nothing. Surprised any of this. Paradise City. Silver Gold. You know, why is my creation not even showing up? Why is it on the second page? It's word for word. Wow, wow. Ooh, someone made Patriot. That looks pretty good. Doesn't look like it used custom supports though. I like the sign though. Not great, yeah. The search field is kind of... I don't see anyone working on Ozark Heritage Park and Water Park. That kind of sounds like fun. Yeah, I don't see much of anyone working on making sort of our city stuff, so... Silver Bullet. Knott's Berry Farm. Worlds of Adventure. Here's Patriot again. Disneyland something. Timberwolf. Wildlands Mega Park. Pretty sure you... Looks like they use workshop items here. Like, that doesn't look like... I noticed some of those... There's buildings in there. Alright, there's Mystic River Falls. Someone made the sign. Looks pretty cool. I wouldn't have used the Viking axe, though. It looks kind of... I guess it works, but, like... The style kind of looks kind of weird. And it's not yellow anymore. That's an old... That's what it used to look like. They basically made it the same way I did, but still pretty cool that someone made the sign. That's the first kind of thing I've seen besides that in the Mystic Falls. Mystic River Falls. Other than that, no one... It doesn't look like anyone's really done any Silver Dollar City stuff in here. What about Dollywood? That's the next best thing, right? If we type Dollywood. Nothing? There's literally nothing? Well, I know for a fact there's a Dollywood recreation, and it's because it's Jake's Dollywood recreation. Whoops, I spelled Dollywood wrong. Wow, there's nothing popping up. You type that? That's crazy. Yeah, let's see what happens when you put in water tower. Go to page 1. Was it not on page... I don't even know. Why is it starting on page 8? That's kind of weird. I see now. Yeah, it started on like page 8, which is weird. Hey, someone made Big Bear Mountain. I would imagine, since we have the coaster type in there. Silver Dollar City by Ty. Well, I can tell you right now, that's definitely not Silver Dollar City, but I'm very interested to see what this is. Because obviously, I think it's something inspired by Silver Dollar City. That's interesting, so I kind of just want to take a look at that and see what it is. I have a little bit of time because I'm defrosting some meat for when I make food. Dollywood recreation work in progress. Hold on, is like Jake's creation even showing up here? I thought, like, we're gonna see it popping up. Thunderhead. What is with the search engine? Like, what our city top pops up when I put in Dollywood. Dollywood inspired, work in progress. Alright, let's check out this Silver Dollar City park, which is an interesting... Just been one. The public search? I think so. Ooh. I think it is. I mean, maybe not. He might have it unlisted. Maybe. I don't know if that's a thing. The way I got it was just using his code from when he shared the code, so that's how I got it. You'd think it'd be one of the first results on search bar, though. Alright, this is taking more than a minute to load, so more than a second. More than a few. I'm very curious of what this is. Because it just says Silver Dollar City, and it's obviously not a recreation. Oh my gosh, the lag. It is like a full-on park, though. Steel Lasso. Like a... interesting little, launch shuttle coaster. Got like a Hyper Blazing Fury. This is definitely an inspired. Some weird mixtures of stuff. Alright, yeah, I was expecting something really bad, or like something like not great, but this is actually not too bad, not too shabby. There's some effort put into here. Buzzkill. Is this supposed to be like a nod to Kentucky Kingdom, like a water park's on the side across the road? A little bit. That is a massive wave pool. Noah's Ark. Some Midway Games, they might have used some workshop items there. I wonder if they did use workshop items here. Max air. Can't even see this wood coaster kind of hidden over here. Thunderhead. They literally just flat out named it Thunderhead. This is very interesting. There's a lot more here than I thought, too. There's an RMC, Iron Rattler. Pretty solid, like, custom supportage. Like, going on there. Actually, it looks like a pretty solid RMC layout, too. You tell, like, they took a lot of inspiration from a lot of different parks here. Powder Keg. They literally just named this one Powder Keg. What are these trains? Hold on. Okay, they used the Vekoma family coaster trains and added some stuff onto it. Oh yeah, it is using the Vekoma train or track too. It is a launch coaster, so that makes sense. There's a lot to discover in this park too. Like, it's quite interesting. Is this gonna be American Plunge? Grizzly River Run. Darn. Utilizing the vertical lift, which is kind of cool. Barnstormer, okay, so this is definitely like some. They definitely used workshop items. I know for a fact this is a workshop item, but it does kind of fit. So. Tornado. And they got some cool terrain kind of worked in here too. Like, it's not flat land. Like, pretty interesting, actually. I'm a little more surprised with this than I thought I'd be. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, that's the parking booths. No, I think they used some workshop items here, kind of threw them in there, and some stuff they made on their own. Pretty cool. Excuse me. Park's pretty empty, though, for having 1,700 people in it. These pads are a little bit too open for me. Like, I don't like pads that are just way too open like that. Nothing in them. And if you're gonna do that, I would definitely throw in like a lot of planters and just more interesting stuff to look at. That's what I would do. Bluegrass Grove, like you could fit like literally I would honestly, what I would do here is put like a outdoor stage or something here, with all that space they have. That'd be a good spot for that, especially in a place called Bluegrass Grove. You could have like some bluegrass bands playing there. What is this mess of canopies over this queue? It's even in the middle of the queue. Oh, there it goes. It's running. Thought it was. Oh wait, no, it has stalled out. It is not running. What happened here? It's actually stopped. It's stuck. Is this a functional ride? Why is it stuck in that spot? Okay, let's reset it. There we go. Why are you facing the wrong way? Oh, where are you going? Operator's leaving. Okay, bye. Guests are desperate. I guess we're not going anywhere. Oh, there it goes. Whee! Wonder why it was stalled. Hopefully we don't get stalled. Hopefully we don't valley. We're going backwards too? Going very slowly. What is happening? I don't know what's happening. I'm not sure. Overall, it's kind of cool, I suppose. But I was just curious more than anything, just seeing a park called Silver Dollar City in here and see what was gonna be in it, you know. It had me wondering, had me curious. I did a curious there. It was pretty cool. Kudos to the person that made that. Most subscribed creations. I think I have a piece on here. My resort. Hey, Wilderness Springs, there's an update available. You should download that update. Actually, I haven't loaded Wilderness Springs in a while. How many downloads is it up to? 46,000. Wow, nice. Cave of Waves still leads the pack at 59,000. Am I on the first page? I'm not on the first page. Darn. All time most subscribed. Input starter. Indoor water park. Nice. Yeah, this complex is very popular. I know that, I can tell that. Very popular. Lazy River. Pretty solid looking Lazy River accelerator by Silverette. Popcorn cart. If we go to browse, it's a little easier. Total subscriptions. I think I'm on page maybe 3. I know I'm up here somewhere. I'm dropping in the ranks though. I need to have another banger. I think if we ever finish Silver Dollar City, not if, we are. When we finish it, I think it's gonna be up there. For sure. Hey, there's my Viking slide complex. I remember when I made that. Nice. That's definitely my most popular creation that I've made. I'm surprised this wave pool hasn't done much, or done too much. Pretty proud of that wave pool. One Adventure, still a work in progress at 352. Only 84 on Thunderwave. I worked hard on that blueprint. I'm surprised no more people haven't downloaded it. I think it turned out pretty cool. So our city's up to 143. I think that's just gonna keep growing and growing as we get through each phase. And Firewind. Alright. Alright, friends, I think I'm gonna head off here for now. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are awesome. If you haven't liked the stream, be sure to like the stream if you guys have enjoyed. So, and make sure, if you're not subscribed already, make sure you hit that subscribe button, because that way you know when we go live and also post videos and all that stuff, because we do a lot of Planet Coaster 2 here. It's kind of what we do. If you like theme parks in general or Planet Coaster, you know, this is a good place to be. So, appreciate you guys being here, and I hope you guys enjoyed. So, make sure you guys have a great day and cool tomorrow, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks, and goodbye.